£249, that's a good price for 4,000 isn't it?
It's okay.
I do like to support everyone. Another digital deal is naval launches and equivalent £8 naval launches, $4.98. £8. Yeah, we'll check that out. But 498 for 8 pound bag of naval launches. Milk though, $1.29 for the half a gallon of milk. And again, no chocolate.
Yes, it's chocolate.
But you get the 2%, you get the whole milk, 2%, 1% skim milk. All that $1.29 for a half gallon and 5. I will say though, the price of milk is over $3 for a gallon, so this is going to save you a lot of money.
Yes, you can buy 5 gallons to a gallon, and it's cheaper to buy 5 gallons.
Chemical chips from Lay's, that's a digital deal. Also the regular chips, $1.99 each. These are which size of the bag are we use? The regular size bags this time?
0.75 to 8 ounces.
Make sure you check your sizes because they're all over the place. So make sure you get the right bag for a digital deal. $1.99 each for Lay's potato chips or chemical chips. So Kellogg's Special K, along with Cascadian Farms granola, is a digital deal at $1.99 each for that. Again, Cascadian Farms organic granola or Special K cereal is $1.99 each. That's something you might want to think about. They've got different varieties of zero sugar for sale. Coca-Cola, the Pepsi, the Dr. Pepper. $3.99 each for the 12-pack. That's for the zero sugar, not for the regular.
Yeah, I'll have to check out Sprite because I like zero sugar Sprite.
So we'll check on that. How about Oscar Mayer Lunchables?
Or protein packs.
I like the Oscar Mayer Lunchables. Those were go-tos for kids. It's not like the last time they were a digital deal. You bought 5 of them, and you last them in the refrigerator for 3 days before they were gone.
This looks like they changed the packaging.
We'll have to take a peek when we go to the aisle and check it out. They'll probably be on that campaign. They do have private selections and comparing tomatoes. What's a comparing tomato?
I'm not sure.
Comparing tomatoes. So maybe we compare them other tomatoes.
Funny.
$1.99 each for the package of those. They've got
That's $3.99.
I love each looking like strawberries or lots of strawberries or something.
Only strawberries are in season.
Yeah, it's hard to get everything. They're all seasonal pricing. Classical, the pasta sauce is a digital deal for $1.49 each. They also show pastas. Pasta actually is a digital deal.
That's a great selection, 16 ounce pasta is also for $1.49. I've seen pasta cheaper than that, so if you buy a pasta, you should buy a pasta. Less than $1, I see pastas, less 50 cents.
It depends on what kind of pasta you're getting. We've been dealing with
We've been having pre-meds.
that's right, we've been having pre-meds.
And when you're on a sale, we stock up.
Yep. Pop-Tart Minis now. You buy regular Pop-Tarts or Pop-Tart Minis, along with Nutri-Grain bars and more pasta sizes. A digital deal right now for 99 cents each. You can get 5 and extra max those games 5. They also have Delmonte cookies a digital deal. These are good snackables for your kids. $1.99 each. Actually, it's good snackable for anybody who has a lunchbox and carries a lunch to it.
And as a foreign you do have to watch the sugar to this because sometimes the sugar is high on this.
That's true. They've also got Tyson chicken with appetizers, spoon fed with white meats. These are really good. I don't know if $12.99 is a good price for that, but if you like those.
And coffee.
No, you can't bring coffee. Starbucks K-Cups. $28.99 for Starbucks K-Cups. Those are your digital deals, but we'll have to be sure to see what else we can find. You know, but before we wander the aisles, we want to look at a couple of other things there at the end, because this is actually a really good deal. $4.99 minus $1. When you buy 5 or more, $3.99 for a Kroger water. This is the 40 pack. Keep in mind that at Costco and at Sam's Club, it's $4.19 for a 40 pack, so this is actually cheaper.
Okay, everybody had this discussion about grapes. Whether they're in the cooler or not, and buy the cooler. They're in the cooler.
They're in the cooler here. I always wonder about that. A lot of people say they don't have to be in the refrigerator, but apparently the refrigerator
No, they don't open the cooler. I'm sorry, this is really
I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. I guess it's personal preference.
It's an 8-pound bag of oranges before they ate. Oh, oranges are
One, two, three. Oh, oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Looks like 14.
14 oranges for $5.
So that's less than 50 cents away, but less than 75 cents away.
50 cents.
50 cents away to $10. 14 will be $14. I'm not going to try.
Less than 50 cents. You said 75 cents. Less than 50 cents. The mangoes is 99 cents.
When we got the pineapples and the things will be only a couple of weeks ago, they're $2.69 now.
Right, they were 97 cents. 97 cents during the holidays.
You know, I like the new pineapple one. Slice up pineapple and put it on ham. Bacon and ham. So good. We need to get bananas.
That's you.
Oh, right though. Yeah, something looks pretty good. You're right, something will roll on the right side.
Probably the one that has green on it. Yeah, that's...
That's not bad.
Okay. So the bananas are 49 cents a pound.
$1.99 curry tomatoes. Curry tomatoes. Ruby Rose cherry tomatoes. Basically, that's what they are.
That's not I think they're out.
I think they're all. Well, you're right, because those are $3.99 chicken tomatoes.
So
They're all. Yeah, they're all. Those are right there.
So we have no tomatoes.
Yes, we have no tomatoes.
We don't have any comparing tomatoes.
We can't compare them. One of the things that I do like about Kroger is they have a huge cheese shelf. Various cheeses. So if you're looking for any kind of cheeses, they probably have it here.
They have cheddar, double,
Flavor, Belgian cheese, specialty cheese. I know that you were looking for cheese to Parmesan, was that?
right,
So you can grate it yourself.
no, washed wine, fresh cheese, and wheat wine. Interesting.
You know, it's French cheese. It's brand new French cheese. So,
And of course, enough wine next to cheese.
of course, you're gonna have white cheese.
And then also olives. Lots of olives.
Pastas. And there's more cheese over on the side.
And like I said, there's a lot of cheese here.
Beef cheese shop.
Mozzarella. There's a shred salty cedar.
There you go, honey. Here's your angel food cake. Or bars. Bars.
Bars.
But it's a $3.99. Normally $4.99 with a corn card or $5.99 one card.
I would buy it with the spice thing. I'm so working on a spice thing. I think it's not really good with these things. For me.
I had a big salty experience. I think spicy is very good.
Yeah, I said, haven't been eating like one piece of left a couple of things, and nobody else is eating, so I'm eating one piece at a time. Oh, birthday candles, you know, birthday candles. What is that the other day?
We had a call from one of our grandsons. It was his second birthday. He was my son and daughter-in-law had their candles, and they walked by on the candle. We should have stuff just to keep in the
Well,
house.
we have birthdays coming up this month, you know?
You want to just get some regular birthday candles?
They're coming down.
These are those.
Let's see the body.
This is $3.95.
Oh my gosh. $2,000.
Yeah, that's expensive.
I'm worried about it. That's over here. That's your breath.
Well, that's not the right stuff.
That is your...
No, that's not the right stuff. Right here.
This is it.
That's not the right one.
It's a different bakery.
No, it's not a salt.
But you know about the body, it's not the salt that you like.
$22 per card. Right, try it.
There is a weekly digital deal.
I didn't realize that was still a digital deal. What's the deal? Is that the right flyer? Yeah, look, this is not a flyer. The Kroger Red Butterfly Shrimp, $7.99 for the 32-ounce bag. $7.99 piece.
I think this was like what you did last week, and it's still continuing.
Well, this is...
Should wait till probably next week.
We'll take a look this week and see if we can fill some freezer space, because we're eating out of our freezer right now.
And we're limiting what we're buying. Boneless or tenderloin.
What we've done before by this is actually have the butcher cut the pork chops for us. And they will do that free of charge. $2.49 a pound for boneless pork tenderloin.
It's been a while since we had it.
Yeah. I don't want to do it now, but maybe this weekend we'll come and get one. Get a cut of pork chops and put it in the freezer. We've got some freezer space we've got.
It's all about freezer space right now.
Yep.
Your size.
We love these things, the north sides. 3 for $4 normally, you're paying 99 cents less than a bucket piece for those. You've got the right side to use on the pasta sides. I like the pasta sides better.
Yes, the pasta size is the one I'm looking for.
Right, those are rice sides, the pasta sides will be the pasta. This is all the rice. And I noticed the rice and order is a 10 for 10. I've not had rice and order in ages.
Yeah, this is very different salt.
It's so wonderful. It's just really pretty. So,
Yeah, it's like still working on salt content. As we visited someone in the hospital today.
yes, true that.
So it's just top of mind right now.
Yes. And I say get well soon, like land that's across my point to say water.
Okay, there's pork. So here's one more rice size.
Lots of them. We've got a lot of rice like the pasta sides. That's kind of what it's called. There's pasta down the side here. And here's the classic one. You don't have any of them. We've had the classic pasta sauce before. It's actually really good.
Actually, I really like the company.
Yeah, our go-to is normally
Traditional?
what?
Traditional?
Yeah, but our go-to is normally the espresso. But classic is what we said. We're all five.
That's nice.
You never know when you're going to run out of pasta sauce. And you like adding stuff to the pasta sauce. I mean, that's why we get the traditional. So you can add other things on it, right?
Right. So the other thing also on there is a private select pasta for $1.49.
Yeah, that's the today. Cavatappi, I think it's that. I have no idea. It's like elbows. But they've got CD, they've got that. Probably more than that, but that's also the toolkit for $1.49.
Is that right? The hamster box went up to $1.99.
That's for the house brand. That's why it's not the price.
That's not up in price. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, we're gonna go into Sam's or Costco, and I might get the bigger bag.
It's cheaper to actually buy the bigger bags.
Yeah.
And not eat them all, and I'll freeze them. Wow. This is like the shock.
True. It's a little pricey.
The brown berry bread is buy one, get one free. So this is a better price to buy 2 at Costco or Sam's. And I would like 2 of the whole range.
I'll never forget one of these.
Okay.
One of these. That's actually French toast.
Okay.
I see zero sugar coffee, zero sugar Mountain Dew, zero sugar Pepsi, and also zero sugar Sprite. And zero sugar Coca-Cola is supposed to be good as well. Let me look in the aisle and see if it's in the aisle with zero sugar.
Zero sugar, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. Oh my gosh!
It's a good deal. It's $3.89, $3.99. Not a great price. $4 full pack.
Remember, I paid $16
For 35 pack.
5-pack? So this is cheaper, honey.
You want to get a couple?
Yes, please. It's like, I couldn't find it for a long time. It seemed like it was out of stock for a while.
Yeah, nobody had it. We looked at a bunch of different stores for that.
It's finally found in stock.
Just two, right?
Three.
Maybe three.
Or well, up to 5. I guess we can check the date. How long? April 2023. Well, I guess it definitely by April 2023.
Well, it's not broken with 35 pack.
I have. Yes.
You get four.
Actually, get 5. Please.
I can do that.
Finally found.
The dice by dice. If you use a carry green kind of a carry type coffee maker like Starbucks came out to the digital deal. 44 count like varieties, 20 cans, 99. Normally you're going to pay 36, 99, 33 with a Kroger card. They've got the different kinds here. They've got the breakfast blend, the Sumatra, the Veranda blend, the caramel, even Pike Place Rose. They've got those different varieties. I'm not a big fan of K-Cups either, but we have a carry.
Yeah, but the issue was, because our kids were around for the holidays. We had trouble once we were buying coffee.
Oh, true that. True that with nobody home.
Right, so this should be like one person, so it makes sense to pick up versus the whole pot of coffee.
Okay, well, I'm not going to get these, but I'll think about breaking out a carry. So you have a carry at home.
And although these take a lot of cups, like also the
These are big fucking lunch boxes for kids, or even for yourself. And again, we've got one that's no sugar added.
That's even better.
$1.99 right now for these.
Yeah, I made graduates from my lunchbox.
We've got peaches. We've got pears. We got nice pears with sugar added. You like pears?
Yep. So, is that one? Nice pears. Nice peaches. I've got those.
You get up to 5, almost an 8 on this. April 2024, so you're good for a long time. You want another peach?
Yep.
2 peaches and a pear, that'll give you 5. That's a peach and a deal. Some chicken nuggets. Full chicken nuggets. $12.99 is a deal. And to be honest, I don't understand.
It's on the back. It's got like... There it is.
Chicken nuggets. That's not a bad price. Just for this, you want to get first and space for this? That's a good idea. Chicken nuggets. That's actually a really good idea. Get up to 5, that's fine. Nuggets, that's just for 5. Please do not. We were getting the nuggets, but they have other varieties, including the popcorn chicken. You like popcorn chicken?
Yes, except for one fact. One fun fact is the fact that you get more chicken nuggets than you do popcorn chicken, where you get 4 ounce versus 2.5. So, if you want to get more for your money, buy chicken nuggets. But here's the advertisers popcorn. Hot wings. So,
Well, they'll tell me anything, you know.
And then you have the more instruments too. There's 2 part podcasts.
Yeah, these are more appetizers. The Duggins will be out more appetizers.
They change labels.
They change the packaging, they change the label of what you want to take. $1.49 for what you want to right now. It used to be go-to for my kids when they were growing up. And last time it was a digital deal, we bought some. And they lasted all 3 days in the house.
Yeah, because I wasn't actual cheese. Also, I actually like that one. The ham and cheese. Pizza, pepperoni.
That's the one that was the biggest.
Right.
Pizza pepperoni.
That's what the kids are doing. Pizza, pepperoni. And then they do the whole microwave for 15 seconds and pizza.
So good price on extras.
Part of that was also the pricing was also beefy.
But we have a portable protein pack for free. That's $1.49 as well for those. And a bunch of different varieties of rice. Turkey and cheddar peanuts, and cheddar almonds, turkey, ostrich, cheddar, salt, and so forth. So, threes, and again, the right size, smaller ones, $1.49 each. So the filler milk, different varieties, 2%, 1%, or digital deal right now for $1.29. Right next to it is a gallon of 2% milk for $3.19. You're going to save $2.50. You're going to save 70 cents. It's digital deal, 70 cents a gallon.
I actually did mention to someone here who was actually thinking of a gallon, and she could switch to the half gallons.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, well, it's cheaper. They're like, oh, okay, because as you know, people just naturally go to what their go-to is. This person went to their natural, which is the full gallons. So for me to find out half gallons is cheaper.
70 cents cheaper.
Buy the half gallons.
Yeah.
Your go-to is on something big, but the website is $7.29 globally.
Each going to buy one, get one free, so what's it?
Used to pay, there used to be $2.50 a piece.
It's about $3 a piece.
Right. But this is like technically $3.60 a piece.
Yeah, see, the date's January 22nd, at 5 in there. So that's 10, yeah, it'll come out the 22nd. So Lay's chips are a digital deal for $1.99. Smaller bags. The last week was the party size, actually the smaller bags. $1.99 each. As always, just check your size to make sure you got the right ones, but they don't pop them as much.
I did, and I actually like the smaller sizes, different varieties.
Yeah.
Because, sometimes we don't get the big size.
Well, we don't have kids in the house anymore, so there's many kids in the house, so going through a big bag of chips, sometimes it's really happening. Yeah, it says kettle cook too, so just going through the kettle cook, and that's supposed to be a digital deal as well.
And just make sure you take a look at this now, in a few weeks when the Super Bowl is here. Always make it done.
Yes, you're absolutely correct with you. Yeah, here's your kettle cook.
So here's the kettle cook. Oh, we are the kettle cook.
Now we've got one bag left.
Oh, can we buy a couple?
Okay. If you want to get something other than original, like sea salt, vinegar, I don't like it, but you might.
I like sea
Yeah,
salt.
barbecue down there too.
No, this one.
Okay.
And also sea salt and vinegar.
Just got a couple. What's the date on this?
February 14th.
Yeah, these will last. These are good.
This is unbelievable.
I want to wait until they actually pay me.
It is 90% off for this stuff for some stuff here.
Again, I want to wait until they actually pay me. So you're going to pay,
How much is that tree?
I'm looking at that, it's $19.99 per tree. So 90% off of that, I've got $2.
Here's a 3-piece mini tree set. That's cute.
Now, those are lots. We got a couple of wreaths here as well.
The blow-ups.
It's just a blow up.
Oh, $159 9, so that's a lot. Yeah. Well, it's 9. It's a big light. Oh, those are big light. What are those? The prices?
No, I don't think price. I'll just black sure make it light up. Again, I don't know the prices because I don't see the right spot. They got 90% off all the stuff. So if you wrap things up with this shopping trip, you probably would talk a lot more about that.
What's all the prices stuff?
Well, we're stocking up, but we also still don't have the freezer space. We only bought one of the only things that have in the freezer. We bought some other things too, like we're stocking up on plastic pasta sauce. We're stocking up on other things as well. I know that you want to get the food cups, and I want the food cups, we got those. Just a lot of ritual, because actually some of that ritual will sell.
So what's not on the race? Back then, there's some things that actually used. That's the whole thing about the process of promoting it. It was then buy them, stop us, see you later.
Thanks for watching this video. I appreciate you checking out. If you have not yet subscribed button for it, please do so. Let's get that bell notification button below. Please notify me when I post videos. It's always love for people like that. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you can save me a little bit of money this week in Kroger. Digital deals and more. It's all a magical day.
Hi friends, ವಿದ್ಯುನ್ಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೊನೆವರೆಗೂ ನೋಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು BA ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ BCom ಮತ್ತು BSc ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಎಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋ ಅಂತ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಹುಡುಗು ಲಭ್ಯವಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡದೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ನೋಡಬಹುದು, ರಾಯಚೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯವು ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಒಂದೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಡೌಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ನೋಡಬಹುದು, ಘಟಕ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗತೀಕರಣದ ಲೇಖನ ಪರಿಚಯ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದನೇದು ಜಾಗತೀಕರಣ. ಇದನ್ನು ಬರೆದವರು ಬರಗೂರು ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ. ಜನಪದ ಮತ್ತು ಜಾಗತೀಕರಣ. ಇದನ್ನು ಬರೆದವರು ಮೊಗಳ್ಳಿ ಗಣೇಶ್. ಜಾಗತಿಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಬರೆದವರು ಮೃತ ಪಟ್ಟಿಕೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾಲ್ಕನೇದು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌಡ ಯಾರು. ಇದನ್ನು ಬರೆದವರು ರಂಗರಾಜ್. ಘಟಕ ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಥಾ ಸಂಕಲನದಿಂದ ಆಯ್ದುಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಭಾಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದನೇದು ನೀಲಗಂಗಾ ಗುರುಪಾದ ಮತ್ತು ₹1. ಎರಡನೇದು ಚಿತ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ರಿಕ್ಷಾ. ಮೂರನೇದು ಡಾಂಬರರು ಬಂದದ್ದು. ನಾಲ್ಕನೇದು ತೆಲುಗಾನೆ ಎಂಬ ಕರುಕುಚ್ಚನು ಚೋಡನೆ ನಂದಿಯು. ಐದನೇದು ತಮ್ಮದಂತ ಕೀಳು. ಘಟಕ ಮೂರರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಂಚಲನ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದನೇದು ಬುದ್ಧನ ಜೀವನ ಮಾರ್ಗ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಯೋ ಟಾಲ್ಸ್ಟಾಯ್ ಮೋಕ್ಷ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಬಂಧನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಹದಿನೈದು ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಹಾದೇವ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಕಾಮದ ಸಂಘರ್ಷದ ಹಾಗೂ ಅನುಭವದ ಆಶಯ. ಇದು BA ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅನ್ನ ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಷ್ಟ ಆದರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಡಿಯೋನ ಶೇರ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. students, स्वागत करछि आपनमानकु आउ एको न्यू वीडियो रे So students, plus 3 5 semester history honors core 11 नो आउ एको important video टी नियाछि आपनमानकु पाई So चलंतु बिना किछि देरी करी आजिर वीडियो को स्टार्ट करिबा तो कोचिंग ता होछि बिहेना सम्मिलनी पहिले कोन बुझो What do you mean by Congress of Vienna? यार आंसर ता हबो नेपोलियन को पतन परे যুদ্ধ ক্লান্ত ইউরোপের শান্তি প্রতিষ্ঠা পরাজিত ফ্রান্স প্রতি দণ্ডবিধান ইউরোপ উপরে সম্ভাব্য ফরাসি আক্রমণের প্রতিরোধ বিসংগঠিত ইউরোপ রাষ্ট্র ব্যবস্থা পুনর্গঠন ধ্বংস বিধ্বংস সামাজিক ও অর্থনৈতিক ব্যবস্থার সুগঠন সমস্যার সমাধান পাই ইউরোপীয় শাসন কূটনীতিক রাজনীতিক ও বিভিন্ন গোষ্ঠীর প্রতিনিধিମାନେ অস্ট্রিয়ার রাজধানী ভিয়েনাଠାରେ সম্মিলিত হয়েছিলেন এই সম্মিলনী ভিয়েনা সম্মিলনী রূপে পরিচিত ଏହା ଥିଲା ୟୁରୋପର ଏକ ମହାନ ସମ୍ମିଳନୀ ଏମିତି ଏଜୁକେସନ ରିଲେଟେଡ୍ ଭିଡିଓ ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମ ଏହି ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ସହିତ ଯୋଡ଼ିକି ରୁହନ୍ତୁ
Just like I'm all my best.
He did this. This. Нельзя.
Salmon. You want chicken? You want salmon? What do you want? Chicken? All right, man. একদিন আমার কাছে টাকা ছিল না, তাই কেউ খোঁজ নিত না। তারপর সবার কাছ থেকে টাকা ধার নিলাম, এখন সবাই আমার খোঁজ নেয়। নতুন বছর নিয়ে আমার কোনো মাথা ব্যথা নেই, কারণ সেইটা আমাকে ভালোবাসা কপাল নিয়ে চলতে হবে। বাচ্চাদের সাথে থাকলে দুনিয়ার সব অদ্ভুত প্রশ্ন শোনা যায়। পুকুরে হাঁস থেকে বলছে হাঁসের জুতো পরি, হাঁস জুতো পরে নাই। আমি ব্লগ লাভার ছিলাম, কিন্তু এটা জানতাম না যে আমার জীবনকে ব্লগ হয়ে যাবে। নতুন বছর তোমার কাকে কি দেবে আমাকে কমেন্টে জানাও, আমি তো সবাইকে পাস দেবো। I have a great question. প্রশ্নের উত্তর হয়, কিন্তু দুঃখী হয় না কেন? ছোটবেলায় তোকে পড়িয়ে পেয়েছিলাম, এটা শুনতে শুনতে বড় বল। as a student, 2-3 বার রিডিং করবো, তারপর বানিয়ে বানিয়ে লিখবো। ক্লাসে পড়ি তখন চুপচাপ মেনে নিবি দেখে তো মনে হয় না এ কি ধরনের অসভ্যতা ক্লাসের কথা বলার সময় নিজে হাসতে হাসতে কথাটা আর বলতে না পারাও নিজের দিব্যি দিয়ে বয়ফ্রেন্ডকে পিকনিকে মদ খেতে বারণ করিস না রে বোন অকালে মরে যাবি যদি কাউকে মন থেকে চাওয়ার পর তাকে না পাও তাহলে অন্য কাউকে চাও আমি চাইলে রিলেশনশিপে যেতে পারতাম বাট আমার ওইসব সেফটিতে উঠতে ভয় লাগে যদি ডুবে যায় নতুন বছরের ক্যালেন্ডার চলে গেল এখনো তুমি এলে না দেখ ভাই আমি রাগ বাড়াতে জানি না কিন্তু রাগ করতে জানি shows up अपने बाप से नामोज बारना चीज अंध उदाहरण अंतुम अपने नायकों आपके सोने का यह पासे करने में संचार सृष्टि चला वो का वास्तव अमांस का उनका कंपनी Egypt इस समय कैसा वर्ष में तेरा कौन सी टॉपर्स मानी पूरी सी बात में वाली अपने ये पूरा वाइड अवे జీవితం విధి చేతిలో తీరుము అది ఎప్పుడు ఏ మలుపులు చేసుకుందో ఎవరు చెప్పలేరు అందుకు నిదర్శనం ఈ మధురాది వయసులో ఉన్న అందరి కన్నపిల్లలాగే భవిష్యత్తు గురించి తీయని కలలు కట్టున్న సమయంలో అక్క చావుతూ పావును పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడం ఆమె జీవితంలో పెళ్లి జరిగిన తల్లిగానే బ్రతకాల్సి రావడం ఇంత చిన్న వయసులోనే అన్ని కోరికలు చంపుకొని విధి వంచితురాలని ఈమె జీవితం ఇంకా ఎన్ని మలుపులు జరిగిపోతుందో చూద్దాం
Nederland. Maar dan ook nooit meer buiten de gevangenis. Levenslange gevangenisstraf. Levenslange gevangenisstraf. Levenslang. De zwaarste straf die we in Nederland kennen. En die is nog nooit zo vaak opgelegd als dit jaar. Maar liefst 8 keer. De laatste die erbij zijn gekomen. 4 mannen in het enorme liquidatieproces eerder. Rondom motorclub Colorado. De moorden die zijn gepleegd waren gewezenloos en zeer gewelddadig, zei de rechter.
Zo werkt optrekken naar de weg, soms in de bijzijn van getuigen, gebruik gemaakt van automatische wapens, waarbij meerdere kogels van dichtbij onder meer in het hoofd werden afgevuurd.
En toch, het is uniek dat in één zaak zoveel verdachten terecht staan en dat de rechter ook zulke hoge straffen oplegt. Daar komt ook nog eens bij, in Nederland is levenslang langer dan in veel andere Europese landen. Hoe kan het dat er steeds meer mensen levenslang vastzitten? En waarom gaat dat misschien wel veranderen? Dit is levenslang uitgelegd. De straf levenslang. Dat betekent dat zolang als je leeft, je niet meer buiten de muren van de gevangenis komt. Logisch, maar dat Nederland daar zo mee omgaat is bijzonder. Daar kom ik straks nog even op terug. Alle levenslange straffen zitten vast voor 1 of meerdere moorden. Sommigen bijvoorbeeld ook voor moord met een terroristisch motief. Zoals Mohammed B., de moordenaar van Theo van Gogh. En Kutman T., die in 2019 4 mensen vermoordde bij een tramaanslag. Op dit moment zitten er in Nederland 56 mensen levenslang vast. Ongeveer 15 nog wachten op een definitief oordeel. Bijvoorbeeld ook uit het eerlijkheidsproces. En dat blijft het waarschijnlijk niet bij. Want er lopen ook nog zaken waar een levenslang is geëist. Zoals tegen Delano G. en Camille E. voor de moord op Peter de Vries. Tegen Guido Antaki en nog 4 anderen in het Marengo-proces. En tegen teruggedachten in het MA17-proces. Steeds vaker worden terechten levenslang. Kijk, in 2000 zaten er nog 10 mannen vast. En dit jaar zijn het er al minstens 4 keer zoveel. Trouwens, de enige vrouw die sinds de Tweede Wereldoorlog levenslang kreeg was kinderverpleegkundige Lucia B. in 2003. Zij werd veroordeeld voor 5 kindermoorden en 2 pogingen tot moord op ziekenhuispatiënten. Maar in 2009 bleek dat zij ten onrechte was veroordeeld en werd ze vrijgesproken. Er is geen spoor van bewijs gevonden.
Dat was de rechtspraak.
Ik wil het echt Hoe kan het dat het er nu zoveel zijn? Er worden in elk geval niet meer moorden gepleegd in Nederland. Dat aantal is in 20 jaar ongeveer gehalveerd. Of de moorden die worden gepleegd ook gewelddadiger zijn, dat is niet onderzocht. Wat we bijvoorbeeld wel weten, rechters straffen gemiddeld 11% zwaarder dan 20 jaar geleden. Vooral seksuele en geweldsmisdrijven worden harder aangepakt. De straf hiervoor waren in 2018 ongeveer 65% hoger dan in 1998. Hoe dat komt? Een van de redenen, rechters lijken te reageren op de maatschappelijke roep om zwaarder te straffen. Denk bijvoorbeeld aan de rechtszaak tegen Volkers van de Graaf, moordenaar van Piet Fortuyn. In 2003 eiste het Openbaar Ministerie levenslang tegen Van de Graaf. Maar dat krijgt hij niet.
Veroordeeld hem tot de gevangenisstraf voor de duur van 18 jaar.
En dan hoop ik uit dat als je niet volkomen krijgt, dat ongelukkig dat het dan wel levenslang was.
Uiteraard hetzelfde.
Het maatschappelijke sentiment speelt dus een rol. Maar de politie is ook een stuk slimmer geworden in het opvolgen van moordcommando's. Ze halen de laatste jaren bergen bewijs uit onderschepte berichten, waardoor meerdere mensen tegelijk kunnen worden veroordeeld.
Het lukte de politie om een versleutelde chatdienst voor criminelen te kraken. Op die manier kon ze meer dan 260.000 berichten inzien.
Criminelen dat u vrijheid kunnen communiceren, zonder nog in deze publicatie zou kunnen beschikken.
Of straffen in deze zaken ook hoger liggen, weten we niet. Maar feit is wel dat door deze nieuwe opsporingstechnieken het vaker lukt om niet alleen die moordenaars, maar ook de opdrachtgevers in liquidatiezaken te veroordelen. Ik zei net al even, hoe Nederland omgaat met levenslang is uitzonderlijk. Het is namelijk een van de weinige Europese landen waar levenslang meestal ook echt levenslang is. In Noorwegen bijvoorbeeld bestaat die straf niet eens. In Duitsland beoordelen rechters na 50 jaar of iemand weer klaar is om terug te keren naar de maatschappij. En ook in België werkt het zo. Trouwens,
een soort backup-systeem, waardoor in extreme gevallen mensen langer opgesloten kunnen worden. Zoals Noorwegen, na de aansluiting van 2011 konden de Noren anders vrijwillig voor goed achter slot en grendel krijgen. Hij doodde 77 mensen bij een aanslag op een zomerkamp op het eiland Utrecht en in een regeringswijk in Oslo. Zolang hij gevaar voor de samenleving is, kan zijn maximale straf van 21 jaar 4 en 5 jaar worden verlengd. Terug naar Nederland. Wij deden vanaf 1870 die levenslange gevangenisstraf uit als vervanging voor de doodstraf, die toen werd afgeschaft. De eerste 100 jaar betekende de straf nog niet echt levenslang. Daarna wordt het geleidelijk strenger. Vanaf 2004 gaat de klok echt op. Toenmalig minister Piet en Donner van Justitie zegt dan dat levenslang ook echt levenslang moet zijn. Niemand komt meer eerder vrij. Maar dat leidt tot kritiek. Het Europese Hof voor de Rechten van de Mens verbiedt inhumane uitzichtloze straffen. Alle Europese landen moeten een systeem in de wet hebben waarbij levenslange straffen uitzicht hebben op vrijlating. Ook Nederland moet anders omgaan met levenslang. Gevolg: Nederlandse rechters worden terughoudender.
Het systeem waarop we leven lang hebben we recht. Daarom hebben we recht als je een soort museumstuk dat boven gebruikt wordt. En dan zitten mensen die dan vast.
En dus stelde Dijkhoff vanaf 2017 adviescollege in. Dan moet kijken of iemand die levenslang is veroordeeld na 25 jaar terug kan keren naar de samenleving. Uiteindelijk beslist de staatssecretaris of minister
Of iemand na meerdere keren en in vragen van verlof gratie krijgt. De straf wordt dan dus kwijtgescholden. Op papier voldoet Nederland daarmee aan de Europese regels. Maar in de praktijk houdt de minister zich hier liever niet aan. Je zult maar degene zijn die de moordenaar van Theo van Gogh vrijlaat. Of Willem Holleder. Of terrorist Huub T. Dat is nu bijna nooit. Een van de uitzonderingen komt in januari 2021. Toenmalig minister Dekker komt er dan echt niet meer onderuit. Betekent voor het eerste jaar van integratie aan Jetzt, het ei. Bijna 40 jaar geleden kreeg hij levenslang. Het doodschieten van 6 mensen in een café Het Koetsiertje in Delft.
Zodat de 2 jongens eruit waarvan die één overleed van 25 opgevoerd en zo. Zonder dat ze kinderen zomaar iemand op grond uit te snijden.
Uiteindelijk krijgt Jeff het aggravatie na een advies van de rechter. Onder meer omdat het straf nodig is en hij klaar is om terug te keren in de maatschappij. Een paar maanden later kreeg ook een andere levenslang veroordeelde gratie. Mooi kwam Singh. Hij zat uiteindelijk 33 jaar vast voor 4 moorden. Een van de voorwaarden van zijn vrijlating is dat hij moet vertrekken naar zijn geboorteland China. Militairen kunnen dus gratie vragen bij de minister, maar het ook echt krijgen is zeldzaam. En dus moet er iets veranderen, zeggen critici. Niet de minister, maar rechters moeten beslissen over vrijlating. Ook de nieuwe minister van Rechtsbescherming, Frank Weerwind, vindt dat. Hij wil de wet veranderen.
Het kan te politiek worden. Ik vind dat je dat niet willen voorkomen. En daarom zeg ik van, stel meer, leg meer rechtskunde.
Een speciale rechtbank gaat dan over vervroegde vrijlating. Een levenslange strafte moet dan wel minstens 30 jaar zitten, anders zou het levenslang korter kunnen duren dan de langste tijdelijke straf. Maar voorwaarde: de gevangenen moeten een positieve ontwikkeling hebben doorgemaakt en er mag geen risico zijn op herhaling. Het zou een keerpunt in de Nederlandse rechtszaak. Wat vindt jij? Betekent levenslang dat iemand nooit uit zijn nimmer meer buiten mag komen? Of moet iemand na een bepaalde tijd weer een tweede kans krijgen? Laat het weten in de comments. Dankjewel voor het kijken en houdoe.
Thank you.
Samaritan died 25 years ago.
So this is
You think you will cross from a superhero? Do you have a therapist too? I pick up garbage from every box.
Samaritan cleans up the streets.
You mind your business on my mind.
I don't believe you! Are you okay?
I'm cool.
That's all right.
I'm sorry I want you. These start to fall apart. Stop crying. And I stopped crying a long time ago.
How come you can't move on?
For some people, it's too late to change the damage they've done. Is that something? What are you doing? Really? I think you buried since I helped you. I think you disappeared. Try this.
Yes, I'm here to flicker away your red carpet devil. हो जाएगी और जितनी बार फिल करोगे उतनी बार कारपेट डबल हो जाएगी। एकदम यहाँ सिंपल सा फीचर लेकिन काफी ज्यादा यूजफुल है और आप इसको बिल्कुल सर्वाइवल में भी यूज कर सकते हैं और जो मटेरियल है वो भी यार काफी आसानी से मिल जाता है। और अगर आपको बार बार ऊपर नीचे नहीं करना तो आप यहाँ पे छोटा सा रिपीटर बना सकते हो। अरे भाई साहब ये तो बहुत ही ज्यादा स्पीड में हो गया। ओके आप ठीक है, आप देखो भाई कितना ज्यादा परफेक्ट काम कर रहे हैं। मेरे हिसाब से 1 मिनट हो चुके हैं। पहले हम ये अपने कारपेट हटा लेते हैं। 1 मिनट में देख सकते हैं 2 स्टेप से ज्यादा यहाँ पे कारपेट बन चुके हैं और ऐसा नहीं है सिर्फ रेड कारपेट में काम करेगा और इससे आप इन्फिनिट कारपेट बना सकते हो और कहीं पे भी एकदम सजा सकते हो, एकदम बढ़िया लगेगा। जो अपना अकाउंट है कि वो तो एकदम ही लग रहा है, वैसे है नहीं, वो तो माइनक्राफ्ट का फीचर है बट वो सिर्फ 2 प्लेयर यूज कर सकते हैं, मतलब मैं यूज कर सकता हूँ। अरे मजाक कर रहे थे, क्रिएटिव मोड में जाके ये कमांड लिख दो आपको भी मिल जाएगा। तो ये है भाई एकदम जादू चोरी, मतलब आप इसको हैरी पॉटर की छड़ी कह सकते हो, उसको क्या कहते हैं हर पाकड़ा पड़ा जो भी कहते हैं वो मेरे को नहीं पता, मैंने हैरी पॉटर पूरी कभी नहीं देखी। ये स्टिक देखने में नॉर्मल लगती है लेकिन आपके काफी ज्यादा काम कर सकते हैं। जैसे क्रॉप्स उगा सकती है, क्रॉप्स को छोटे से बड़ा कर सकती है, किसी भी ब्लॉक को किधर से भी घुमा सकती है, फर्नेस में आग जला सकती है बिना खोल के, चेस्ट को इधर से उधर कर सकती है, मतलब कोई भी ब्लॉक इधर से उधर कर सकती है। जैसे इस वाले मेरे को टेढ़ा करना तो मैं एक ही क्लिक में इसको टेढ़ा कर सकता हूँ या फिर आपको रेडस्टोन को ऊपर नीचे करना तो वो भी आप इसकी मदद से कर सकते हो। है ना एकदम गजब की। और इसी डिबग स्टिक के साथ हम बनाने वाले माइनक्राफ्ट का सबसे ज्यादा स्मॉलेस्ट पोर्टल। तो सबसे पहले तो हम एक नॉर्मल सा पोर्टल बना देते हैं। बड़ा अजीब सा पोर्टल बना दिया, मेरे हिसाब से वर्क करेगा। ये जो पोर्टल के अंदर वाले इसको भी हम टेढ़ा कर सकते हैं स्टिक से। तो यहाँ पे हम ये साइड के हटा देते हैं, नीचे के भी हटा देते हैं और ये बन चुका है हमारा छोटा सा नेदर पोर्टल। और हाँ, इसकी हम आर पार भी जा सकते हैं, मतलब एकदम वर्किंग कंडीशन में। वैसे एक और तकलीफ में आपको चीज खत्म फटाफट से मैं आपको बताऊँ माइनक्राफ्ट को सीधा करके दिखाऊंगा। माइनक्राफ्ट में आपने लेटर तो देखी होगी, मतलब आपको ब्लॉक के ऊपर लेटर लगानी पड़ती है, मतलब ऐसे हवा में आप नहीं लगा सकते। लेकिन इस वाले हैरी पॉटर की छड़ी से आप वो भी कर सकते हो। यहाँ पे मैंने लेटर की सारी डायमेंशन बदल दी है और ये आपको ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे बिल्कुल हवा में लहर रही है और इसके ऊपर भी आप इजीली चढ़ सकते हैं। और इसको अगर आप किसी बिल्ड में यूज करोगे तो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया लगेगी। और मैं आपको एकदम छोटा सा माइनक्राफ्ट एकदम तगड़ा वाला ग्लिच बताता हूँ, एकदम छोटा लेकिन काफी ज्यादा यूजफुल है। तो जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं मैं अभी सर्वाइवल में हूँ और मैं यहाँ से जंप मारने वाला हूँ और मेरे को 1% हमारी भी डैमेज नहीं पड़ने वाली है। जंप मार के आपको स्केप बटन दबा देना और जब आप बिल्कुल जमीन के पास पहुंच जाओ फिर से वापस स्केप बटन दबा देना है। और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं हमें बिल्कुल आधे हाथ का भी डैमेज नहीं हुआ, एकदम ही याद बढ़िया चीज है। ये ग्लिच है पहले क्यों नहीं पता था, वैसे यार मैं फॉल डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा देता हूँ। और अगर आपको ऐसा अपने आप को सेफ नहीं रखना तो एक और तरीका फॉल डैमेज को अवॉइड करने का। तो मान लो आप बहुत ही ज्यादा ऊपर हाइट में खड़े हो तो आपको सिर्फ एक बोर्ड चाहिए होगी। ये बात आपको शायद ही पता होगी कि हमारा प्लेयर अगर बोर्ड में बैठा है तो नीचे गिरने पे बिल्कुल भी डैमेज नहीं लेगा। मैं आपको इतने बड़े बड़े ग्लिच दिखा रहा हूँ, एक लाख तो खरीदो यार। वैसे एक और ग्लिच एकदम बढ़िया वाला मेरे को याद है, लेकिन उसके लिए मैं थोड़ा सा दूर जाना पड़ेगा। जो वहाँ पे आप फैंस देख रहे हो ना, वहाँ पे अपना बेडरूम है, एकदम सोना होने लगा हुआ है। तो आपको माइनक्राफ्ट में पता होगा हम सोते कैसे, ऑब्वियसली यार बेड पे सोते हैं। लेकिन क्या आपको पता है कि माइनक्राफ्ट में हम जमीन पे भी सो सकते हैं? मेरे को नहीं पता है इसका क्या फायदा है, लेकिन एकदम ही तगड़ा लगता है। तो सबसे पहले तो भाई हम अपने बेडरूम में चलते हैं। तो देखो भाई अपना बेडरूम बहुत ही ज्यादा तगड़ा है, मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रहा हूँ भाई, आप खुद ही देख सकते हो एकदम नीचे सोना वोना लगा। मैं क्या ही बताऊँ। सबसे पहले जो हम रात के लेते हैं वो भी ना भाई, फिर उसके बाद आपको एक हॉर्स चाहिए होगा। मेरा हॉर्स एकदम तगड़ा वाला, एकदम अमीरों वाला हॉर्स है, आपके पास कोई भी है वो चलेगा। तो हॉर्स के ऊपर बैठ के आपको बेड के थोड़ा पास आना है, फिर यहाँ पे सोने पर ट्राई करना और जैसे आप राइट क्लिक करोगे आप सीधा जमीन पे सो जाओगे। है ना एकदम तगड़ा वाला ग्लिच, लेकिन ये थोड़ा ढंग से दिख नहीं रहा, मैं आपको एकदम बढ़िया तरीके से दिखाता हूँ। तो आप देख सकते हैं हम वापस से बैठते हैं इस वाले हॉर्स पे और यहाँ पे हम बेड पे सोने की कोशिश करते हैं। और ये देखो भाई अपना बंदा जमीन पे सो रहा, भाई एकदम ही तगड़ा लग रहा है। वैसे इस ग्लिच का मेरे को कुछ फायदा तो है नहीं, लेकिन अपने दोस्तों को चमकाओगे तो एकदम ही यार बढ़िया लगेगा, एकदम मजा आ जाएगा जमीन पे सो के। तो जो अपना रखने वाला है वो है बहुत ही ज्यादा खतरनाक। अगर आप कमजोर दिल वाले व्यक्ति हैं तो इसको बिल्कुल भी ना देखिए, लेकिन अगर आपके पास भी तगड़ी वाली शहर तकलीफ नहीं करना तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई, इसको पूरा देखना। इस वाले हैक्स आप किसी एनिमल या फिर क्रिएचर को बहुत ही ज्यादा एकदम डरावनी सजा देते हैं। एग्जाम्पल के लिए मान लो इस डुक्कर को मेरे को सजा देती, बेचारा डुक्कर आज बहुत गंदा वाला बनने वाला है। तो हमारे पास यहाँ पे सारा सामान वगैरह पड़ा हुआ है, हम यहाँ पे बढ़िया सी जगह ढूंढ लेते हैं। थोड़ा यार विलेज से दूर जाके बनाएंगे नहीं तो समाज में बहुत ही ज्यादा गलत असर पड़ेगा। ये वाली जगह बढ़िया लग रही नहीं भाई, यहाँ पे तो ऑलरेडी यार काफी सारे डुक्कर नहीं। वहाँ पे देखो भाई ऑलरेडी ज्यादा का पूल बना हुआ है, लेकिन यार वो काफी ज्यादा दूर हो जाएगा। अपना जो यहाँ तक लाने में काफी ज्यादा टाइम लग जाएगा और अपने पास इतना टाइम नहीं है। ये मिले ना भाई हमें एकदम परफेक्ट वाली जगह। भाई ऐसा लग रहा है किसी ने ऑलरेडी ये जगह हमारे लिए बनाई हुई है। तो फटाफट से यहाँ पे हम अपने नेचर ब्लॉक्स लगा देते हैं, थोड़ा साइड में ये हॉल भी लगा देते हैं। भाई शीट अंदर की जा रही है भाई, लावा है उसके अंदर। ओके तो जो अपना पनिशमेंट चेंबर है वो बिल्कुल रेडी हो चुका है, एकदम यार बढ़िया दिख रहा है। अब हम अपना अपराधी डुक्कर को यहाँ पे पकड़ के लेके आते हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले आपको एक नेम टैग भी चाहिए होगा, उसको हम डिनर बोन नाम देंगे। तो डिनर बोन से होता क्या, मतलब जो भी आपका प्राणी है, जो भी मतलब एनिमल वगैरह वो सीधा उल्टा जाता है। इस डुक्कर को थोड़ा सा लालच भी देना पड़ेगा भाई, ऐसे ही बिल्कुल भी नहीं चलने वाला। बहुत टाइम लगा रहा भाई, ये डुक्कर बिल्कुल लग रहा है भाई इसको पता चल गया। और मिनिस्टर भाई इधर क्या देख रहे, मैं सुबह से घुमा के नहीं जा रहा, यही पास में जा रहा हूँ, जन्नत में कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं। तो अपना काम कर, पहले हम इसको लटकाएंगे, फिर हम इसको उल्टा कर देंगे और इसको ऊपर जाके यहाँ पे लटका देते हो भाई, सही लग रहा है। और उसके बाद हम इसको अपना नेम टैग देने वाले हैं। अबे भाई इतना ज्यादा ऊपर नीचे मत हो। ओके तो भाई जो अपना पनिशमेंट चेंबर है, देख सकते हैं कितना ज्यादा खतरनाक बन चुका है। लेकिन अभी डुक्कर के लिए थोड़ा टाइम इसको भी हम मारेंगे, इसको वीडियो के आखिरी में बिल्कुल इसकी आखिरी इच्छा पूछ के फिर इसको खत्म कर देंगे। तो इस डुक्कर को यहीं पे लटके रहने देते हैं और हम बढ़ते हैं अपने नेक्स्ट वाले हैक की तरफ। और वो भी एकदम ही खतरनाक होने वाला है, सारे हैक से वैसे खतरनाक है। तो एक्चुअली अभी हम बनाने वाले ऑटोमेटिक जो भी होने वाली बहुत ही ज्यादा गजब, और उसमें से किसमें 3 और 3 6 और 2 साइड में पूरे 8 डिस्पेंसर होने वाला, 8 जगह से तबाही मचा देंगे। सबसे पहले हम कोई बढ़िया सी जगह ढूंढ लेते हैं। भैया जगह ही नहीं मिल रहा यहाँ पे, ये वाली जगह थोड़ी सही लग रही है, यहाँ से थोड़ा सा ऊपर हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना लेते हैं। यहाँ पे एक डिस्पेंसर, यहाँ पे एक डिस्पेंसर, एक काम करते हैं फटाफट से फुल स्पीड में बता लेते हैं, उसके बाद आप देख लेना कि कैसे बना हुआ है। ओके तो भाई जो अपना डिस्पेंसर है वो तो यहाँ पे रेडी हो चुका है। अभी हमें छोटी सी रेडस्टोन की क्लॉक बनानी है। सबसे पहले थोड़ी थोड़ी टीएनटी यहाँ पे बढ़ के, अब हमें थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे ध्यान देना होगा। यहाँ पे पहले मैं रेडस्टोन लगाना हो, अगर हमसे भाई यहाँ पे तीनों के ऊपर भी यहाँ पे रेडस्टोन लगा देना बहुत भाई यहाँ से सीधा यार बहुत लेते हैं और इंसान हमारी मंजिल है। एक काम करते भाई पूरे 6 स्टेप बढ़ते थे डिस्पेंसर पे। ओके तो गाइस अब अपना अल्टीमेट कैनन तैयार है, एकदम ही मजा आता है उसको चला के। फटाफट यार यहाँ से निकलना। भाई साहब देख लो क्या तबाही मचाई है, क्या ही तबाही मचाई भाई। अपनी कैनन किसी जगह को क्लियर करने में या फिर नेदरराइट की माइनिंग करने में काफी ज्यादा यूजफुल आएगी। तो बेटा क्या है इस पर चले भाई, यहाँ पे कुछ ओके ओके यार बहुत हो गया तबाही, हमने कुछ ज्यादा ही मचा दी। उसको बंद कैसे करना है तो मैं भूल ही गया। अरे यार ये क्या हो गया, कैनन ही यहाँ पे ब्लास्ट होगी। चलो यार कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है, बाकी यार अपनी कैनन एक नंबर दी यार। यार ऐसी वीडियो आपको देखने को यार लाइक करो यार, एकदम मजा आ जाएगा। अरे लोग आपको वीडियो एंड नहीं हो रही, चिंता मत करो, अभी यार डुक्कर को सजा भी तो देंगे भाई, उसकी आखिरी इच्छा भी तो पूछ के आ रही है। तो डुक्कर बता तेरी आखिरी इच्छा है क्या? तो डुक्कर भाई जब तक आप चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो और वीडियो को लाइक करो भाई, क्या करो ये लगा यार अपने निशाना और ये गया भाई डुक्कर लावा करने भाई, बड़ा जल्दी खत्म हो गया। तो इस वाली वीडियो के लिए इतना ही गाइस, मिलते हैं अगली वीडियो में। और जैसा कि भाई डुक्कर ने कहा था भाई वीडियो को लाइक कर देना, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना। इस वाली वीडियो के लिए इतना ही, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय।
And remarkably, it didn't get taken down, it didn't get demonetized yet, and it hasn't been any restricted. Oh, it's like that's rolled by heart. What a roll! Let's do a look. Here we are. Today, we are reacting to the beautiful Bella and Gigi in real life. Why the existence of the flawless? It's both with Bella and Gigi in the day. Instagram just because honestly, I don't think they do. This video is not an Instagram browse video. If you're like some of others have been, for some reason, as a society, we've got this idea in our heads that celebrities influence up women are somehow better than us, that they are built better, or that they are more superior humans, and that is why they get put up on a pedestal for us mortals to look up to and fall over like they're some kind of demigods. And it's like, yo, stop that. Everyone will see from these videos that make that these women, although they probably have larger bank balances, they are not better or worse than you or me. Take away the lighting crew, professional photographers, and the filters, and you'll see that these women that you think all guys perfection actually have very similar bodies and faces to you in real life. Moving forward, in 20 heads up, this video is sponsored by Kenzie, a brand that I have been using and working with for close to a year now. Kenzie is my favorite archaeology for a multitude of reasons. Number one, I hate shading with passion. It doesn't matter what style of razor I use or how well I moisturize afterwards. I always break out in an angry red rash. So itchy, so annoying, so not worth it, and don't enjoy putting myself through discomfort, i.e. waxing or epilation, and I do not like the ingredients in those toxic creams that promise to dissolve my body hair. Nonsense, that ain't it. What I don't mind doing, however, is loading this little bad boy in, sitting down with a cup of tea and a good film and flicking bits of light in my legs. It doesn't hurt, I can't really feel it at all if I'm honest, and the results are that my hair growth is greatly reduced, and for some people, the hair never grows back at all. I feel works by targeting your hair follicles with intense pulse light. So the light essentially travels down your hair into the follicle, effectively damaging the follicle, so your unflected hair either doesn't grow back at all, or the hair that does grow back is greatly reduced. And that, my friends, is why laser hair removal is so popular. It is so effective, works so well. Now, me personally, I don't really have an issue with body hair. I don't really mind if my underarms are hairy. I don't really mind if my legs are hairy. It's natural for me. I'm a hairy person. Sometimes I do this, sometimes I don't. Some people love having no body hair at all and feeling smooth. Some people are proud of their body hair and they work it. Either choice is fine, and that is exactly what it comes down to. Choice. Me personally, I just don't live my hair around my bikini line. I'm always at the beach, I'm always in swimmers, and it really irritates me when I have these itchy little hands looking out around my bikini bottoms. And didn't like it when I was a teen, and I don't like it now. My preference for my body is that I do like to be hair-free around my bikini line. I use Mackenzie IPL on those areas, and it has made the world of difference. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't leave me with an itchy rash, and it doesn't cost a fortune or require me to get naked in front of some random stranger in the salon. All I do is plug the cord into the wall, turn the device on, and press the button to unleash the flash, and let Kenzie work its magic on my hair. You can press this green button to increase or lower the intensity depending on how strong you want or need the IPL to be, and you can also set it to the wide mode so that it will flash automatically, and you can then essentially just zone out and relax while you do the low IPL hair removal from the comfort of your own home. So you start seeing results within around 2 weeks, and if you use it as directed, you receive full results within 12 weeks. I have to be honest with you that I am very lazy with mine, and once I start noticing that my hair growth is decreased, I'm like, that'll do, that's perfect, that's fine for me. You can pretty much use Kenzie anywhere that you have unwanted hair, whether it be your legs, your arms, your cheek, your upper lip, just do not shine the light on your eyes, on exams. In your box, you get a Kenzie handset, power cord, so you don't need to worry about running out of battery, skin tone chart braid, 12-month warranty, and 90-day money-back guarantee. If this sounds like something you might be into, then Kenzie has been nice enough to offer my viewers a $50 discount, so I'll put the discount code in the description box down below. It is SLG. 50 gets $50 off. You can click on the link in my description box down below and check it out and read more about it. Okay, so let's go off with the beautiful Bella Hadid. Bella is literally a supermodel. Like, she is having such a moment. She is so successful, and look for her, because honestly, the impression I get from Bella is that she grew up feeling a little bit insecure in her looks. That's just my armchair assessment of Bella. Anyway, I could be totally wrong. These are pictures of Bella that we typically see on Instagram and in the media, very posed, very model-like, very, very perfect, very flawless. I can understand why people leave comments like queen, goals, or she looks like you underneath Bella's pictures, because she is just, quite frankly, a beautiful woman. However, Bella did not always look like this, and I have done a whole video on that if you guys want to watch that, I'll put it up there. She wasn't always this thing, which is one thing that I think is interesting to note at the start of this video. That could be due to industry pressure. Obviously, being a model, you are expected to look a certain way, and that is why you couldn't pay me to live Bella's life. Like, I like chips and eggs and ice cream too much, I could not live Bella's life. Now, despite being a literal supermodel, and despite being very, very, very thin, as you can see, because paparazzi, because you can see that Bella has copious amounts of cellulite on her butt and her thighs, and I think that's really important and positive to mention and note at the start of this segment, because people have this idea that cellulite is not flawed or something to be ashamed of. If you have cellulite on your butt or thighs, you need to cover it, you can't wear shorts, you can't wear bikini bottoms, because you can't have people saying cellulite because it makes you out of shape, or you don't love yourself, or you're in some way flawed. That ain't here. Being and looking as perfect as possible is Bella's literal job. You best believe that she eats well and she works out, and yet despite that, she still has cellulite, and she is still considered body goals, and she is still a literal Victoria's Secret supermodel. So cellulite doesn't hold Bella back, it shouldn't hold you back either. Literally, over 95% of women have cellulite. It's beautiful, it's natural, it's normal, do not worry about it. So the pictures of Bella that you see in the video and on Instagram, her waist looks teeny tiny, like almost concave, because she is so petite. When she's sucking in and angling her body in certain ways, yes, I'm sure she does look like that in real life. However, like I always reiterate in all my videos, it is not normal or natural or comfortable to look like that 24 hours a day. When we eat food, our belly's going to pop out. When we breathe out, our belly's going to pop out. When we sit down, we're going to get rolls because your internal organs have to go somewhere, and you're going to get crushed when you sit down, or they're going to go out. And as you can see in these pictures here, Bella's belly in real life is not concave. It is not the size of an ant, and when she sits down, she has a few rolls too. It's totally normal, totally natural, nothing to worry about. Another thing I noticed when I was looking at these unposed pictures of Bella is that she has hip dips. Hip dips
So are you phenomenal? Most expert right social media just another way to make women feel shitty about their bodies, to be honest. Hip tips are apparently a flaw, and that is why you won't often see them on social media. And a lot of the time you might notice that if an influencer does have hip tips in real life, she will feel pressured to edit them out to make her hips and butt look bulkier and round up and less square. Hip dips are caused by the shape of your pelvis. If you look at our skeletons, all of us will have an indentation where the hip bone meets the top of the thigh. Dips, despite social media's attempts to make us feel ashamed of them, is literally a normal part of the human structure. It is not a flaw, and it's not something you can get rid of. Okay, moving on to the beautiful Gigi. I'm honestly so pleased that it seems that Gigi has grown up so well-rounded with such a healthy body image, considering she grew up with a mum who was a famous model in her own right. Whoever did is Gigi's mum, and she was a huge model back in the 90s. And I understand that Yolanda wanted her daughter Gigi to be successful in the modeling industry. However, the way she went about it, I feel, was so potentially damaging and toxic to Gigi's mental health and physical health. If you look at these clips here,
volleyball is a very masculine sport. Modeling is a very feminine thing. So, Gigi wanted to model all this time, and now she's like, well, I want to go back to play volleyball. And she's got to start building her career, and that means sometimes we have to give up the things that we love to do. These girls, they train 4 hours a day after school, so their bodies are big and bulky, and I mean, they eat like man. I wanted her to develop as a woman. And they're great memories. Whereabouts, what was the school every day? Yes, at Lake New Jersey, right? Yeah, school every day. I thought that my daughter was lesbian. This is the hardest being on our diet. I don't have to fight for good luck, though. Come here in a little bit with me. Yes, you are. Okay, you give me a little bite, I give you a little bite. Not to be, no, that's the half of it. Gigi's in charge of her own diet, but to be on your best weight, you gotta make the right choice. This is the human thing. You know what, Gigi? I tried this.
it seems that Gigi was raised always having diet on her mind, always having what her body looks like on her mind. So those things were more important than what brought her happiness or how healthy she was. So come out from childhood like that and be working in an industry like that and still be well balanced is actually amazing. Now Gigi as a model is a really interesting case. When she first onto the scene, she was considered too busy for the modeling industry. And if you look at these pictures of Gigi, honestly, it just shows how toxic and destructive the modeling industry was back then, because she was not big by any means. And I cannot imagine how comments from the media like that would have gotten into her head and affected her in some way. And honestly, I think it did, because then a few years after that, she slipped right down to a size 0. But of course, even that wasn't enough. And then Gigi had people telling her she was too skinny, or that they were disappointed in her, that she had given into the industry pressure and lost all this weight. Doesn't that just show that it doesn't really matter what size you are or what weight you are? Society just never let women feel happy within their bodies. Like, give us a break. Gigi claims that she didn't want to lose all that weight, or she didn't do it intentionally, but that she lost all the weight due to Hashimoto's disease. And Hashimoto's disease is a disease of the thyroid, and it usually means women will put weight on. So it is rare for Gigi with the other way around that she lost all her weight, and in her case that is what happened. Now, just like her beautiful sister Ella, Gigi also has cellulite. And I get so happy about this because I feel like it just reiterates my point that I'm trying to remind you guys, is that over 95% of women have cellulite. Like, that is basically all of us. So if you look at your butt or thighs in the mirror and you see cellulite, you feel bad about it. Don't, like, literally supermodels who get paid to be beautiful have cellulite, they still are in the job. So clearly isn't a flaw, clearly isn't anything that you need to be ashamed about. So if you want to go to the beach and wear a bikini and you've got cellulite, just go for a pussy enjoy the life. As you can see in these pictures here, Gigi is literally on the runway being a model, and she has cellulite on her butt and thighs. Good for her, she looks amazing. And then in these pictures here where she is having fun and living her life, which is what we all should be doing, she has cellulite on her butt and thighs there too. And again, I would much rather be living my life, having fun with my friends, laughing about, and sitting at home trying to hide my cellulite. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, I was on Reddit the other day, which is unusual for me in the first place because honestly I just don't really understand how that website works. But I was doing research for a different video and I came across a thread where people were basically claiming that Gigi didn't deserve to be a model because she's like not even that attractive or she looks like a chipmunk or something to that effect. And I was like, what? And triggered something in my mind and it brought me back to these comments that I remember I got underneath my Gigi did blow up video where people were saying Stephanie she didn't have a blow up, she's had a blow down. And I was like, oh wait, is that woman video? So then what's that? I went up to Google and I was googling recent pictures of Gigi Hadid and I can kind of see where people are coming from and don't get pitchforks out guys, hang on, let me explain myself. I feel like people are comparing teenage Gigi before she had a baby, before she was in a long-term relationship, before she to Gigi now. Back when Gigi was younger, she did a lot of bikini modeling for publications like Sports Illustrated, and I feel like that is kind of what people expect Gigi to still look like now. And the issue is not that Gigi has had the blow down or that she's let go of herself. The issue is that people are still expecting Gigi to look like 17-year-old Gigi and not 26-year-old mother Gigi. The fact of the matter is as we grow and age, our faces and bodies change. Having a baby will absolutely change your body. Being in a long-term constant relationship, I know that is ended now. It will seem to be not great circumstances, but she was in that relationship for a long time. And honestly, I just think Gigi became comfortable and content in her adult life as a mother, and she doesn't really care to try and look like teenage Gigi anymore. It doesn't mean that she's had a blowing out. It doesn't mean that she's any less beautiful than she was when she was younger. I think we need to get used to the idea that women age, and as we age, our faces and bodies change, and we need to stop holding women with this expectation that they should look 17 forever. Like, it's just not physiologically possible. For all the research I do in these videos, I actually think that Gigi Hadid is one of the few influencer celebrities that hasn't tweaked her appearance at all. And honestly, I have to commend her for that because in her industry there must be so much competition and so much pressure to kind of keep up with the Joneses and keep up with her appearance, and she just hasn't given in to any of that pressure, and I really commend her for that. So I'm going to leave this video here guys, but hopefully I have managed to convey in this video, although I feel like all I've done is ramble, is that you don't need to put celebrities or influencers or even supermodels up onto pedestals that they don't belong on. They are just real human women at the end of the day with wobbly buns and cellulite and stretch marks, and it doesn't make them any less beautiful, but by the same token it doesn't make you any less beautiful either to have these normal human bodily attributes. Alright, love it, that's guys, and I'll see you in the next video. My name is Susan Boyle. What's the dream? I'm trying to be a professional singer.
Why hasn't it worked out so far, Susan?
If we just before he's looking at change. I didn't. What's the whole time about it? It's sad. It's just putting yourself trying a lot. It's to figure yourself out maybe manage to look cool. And I know that you make me to do something for me. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ 3ನೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋವನ್ನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2ನೇ ಯೂನಿಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು 11ನೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ಅದರ ರೂಸನ್ನು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇದು 3ನೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ನಾವು ಕಳೆದ 2 ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳಿಂದ ರೂಸೋರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ರೂಸೋರವರ ಮಾನವ ಸ್ವಭಾವ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಒಪ್ಪಂದ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ, ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಳೆದ ವಿಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ರೂಸೋರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂತ ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನ ಒಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಗಳ ಒಟ್ಟು ಮೊತ್ತ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಮತ್ತು ಪರವಾಧಿಕಾರ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ವಿಡಿಯೋಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಅದರ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ಏನು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು ರೂಸೋರವರು ರೂಸೋರವರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಬಳಸುವಾಗ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪದ ಬಹಳ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊದಲ PPT ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ರೂಸೋರವರು ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರ, ಜನರಿಂದ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. Will not to force is the basis of speech ಅಂತ. ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಲ ಅಥವಾ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ರೂಸೋರವರು. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೂಸೋರವರ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತವನ್ನ ನಾವು ವಿವರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ರೂಸೋರವರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಪ್ರತಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 2 ರೀತಿಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ, ನೈತಿಕತೆ ವಿವರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ರೂಸೋರವರು. 2 ವಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಯಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೇನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇನು ಇದೊಂದು ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಮತ್ತೆ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಜೀವನ, ಅವನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳು, ಆಗುವುದು, ತಕ್ಷಣದ ಸ್ಪಂದನೆಗಳು, ಪ್ರತಿಸ್ಪಂದನೆಗಳು ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಂಶಗಳು ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅತಾರ್ಕಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಇದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಮತ್ತು ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧವಲ್ಲದ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪದಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದು ಬದಲಾಗುವಂತ ಅಂಶ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಮೋಷನಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿರಂತರ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವಲಂಬಿಸಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಮೋಷನ್ಸ್ ನಿರಂತರ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಒಂದೇ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಸ್ತವ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಂಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಸ್ವಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಳಿತನ್ನ ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರೂಸೋರವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇದು ಅತಾರ್ಕಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂತ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ವಿಚಾರ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಎಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ, ನಿರಂತರ ಬದಲಾಗುವಂತ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಮನನೇ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಈ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೂ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಹಳ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದಷ್ಟು ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧ ನೈತಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ರೂಸೋರವರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಎಂತದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರೂಸೋರವರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ, ಬಹಳ ಸಂಕುಚಿತವಾದಂತ ಇಚ್ಛೆ, ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧವಲ್ಲದ ಇಚ್ಛೆ, ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತ ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ವವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ವ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೂ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇಚ್ಛೆ, ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ರೂಸೋರವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯು ತಾರ್ಕಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ನಿತ್ಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಯೊಡನೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶವೂ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. 2ನೇ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಇಡೀ ಸಮುದಾಯನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅವರು ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂಕುಚಿತವಾದದ್ದು, ಸ್ವಕೇಂದ್ರಿತವಾದದ್ದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೀ ಇಮೋಷನಲ್ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ತರ್ಕ ಬರ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಸತ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೇದು ರಿಯಲ್ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದು ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧ ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದು ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೇವಲ ತನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಕು, ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸುವಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ಈ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಳಿತಿನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಡುವೆ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆ ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ, ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ ಇವೆರಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಘರ್ಷಣೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನು ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇದು ಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾದದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಜೀವನ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ನೈಜತೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿ ಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾದದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಆ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕತೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಕೇವಲ ವರ್ತಮಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತಿನ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದರ ಉದ್ದೇಶನೂ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಯಾರ ಜೀವನ? ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ, ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಳಿತಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ವೈಚಾರಿಕತೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯು ಸಮಾಜದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಈ ತರ್ಕಬದ್ಧ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು ಇದೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಂತ ರೂಢಿಸೋರು. ಯಾಕಾಗಿ ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಿಂದ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ವೈಚಾರಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನು ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಾರಿ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನು ತುಂಬಾ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವಂತವರನ್ನು ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಸಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಅರಿವು ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಳಿತಿನ ಫಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಅರಿವು ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಳಿತಿನ ಫಲವಾಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಅಧಿಕಾರಶಾಹಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯನ್ನು ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆಗಳ ಒಟ್ಟು ಮೊತ್ತವೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಈ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಿಂದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ರೂಢಿಸೋರು ಇಚ್ಛೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಯಾವುದು ನೈಜ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ, ಇದು ಅಧಿಕಾರಶಾಹಿ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯು ಒಂದು ಜೈವಿಕ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಮಂಡಿಸಿ ಸಮೂಹವಾದ ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಜೈವಿಕ ಅಂಶ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಾದವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಸಾರ್ವಭೌಮ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ಇಡೀ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಮೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಮೂಲ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಮೂಲ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ಎರಡು ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮುದಾಯದ
Of een campagne tegen Rutte, 3-0 overwinning. Daarna die 15 nederlaag tegen Paderborn, 3-0 gewonnen van Lokomotiv Zagreb, 1-1 tegen Krasneupen. En dus nu deze ontmoeting met Red Bull Salzburg. Ja, natuurlijk, vakantie combineren met een bezoek aan je favoriete club. En er zijn heel veel Nederlanders op de tribunes aanwezig. In Disco, Straalvelden. De opkomst dus van de beide ploegen. Dit zijn de Ajaxiden, zoals juist al vermeld dus. Gorter op doel, Rens, Schuurs, Degelit, Hoogheindal, Nets van Alvarez, Steven Berghuis, Kenneth Taylor, Mohamed Kudus, Dusan Tadic en Steven Bergwijn. Dat is een slechte bal van Lotte. Tadic, is dit dan meteen een doelpunt van Ajax bij de eerste de beste kant? Nee, geen doelpunt voor Mohamed Kudus. De laatste bal van die commando. Dan Tadic met het snelle handelen. En dan is het bal tot die bal uiteindelijk goed redt op de inzet van Kudus. Goeie opening. Nou, Bergwijn. Ja, gletteloos. En dit is een strafschop. Een cadeautje. Handige overtreding. Begint met die goede actie van Wijndal. Die goed gevonden werd. Of in ieder geval Bergwijn. Kijk, hier. Gaat op zoek naar Wijndal en die wordt dan aangetikt. Dus zo ziet. De strafschop van Ajax. Met de captain van Ajax en van Servië achter de bal. De ervaren. Dusan Tadic. Tadic zet Ajax op 1-0. 70 minuten gespeeld. Uitstroeve begin dus van Ajax. En uiteindelijk de eerste echt goede combinatie. Meteen een strafschop op. En een treffer. Is dit het antwoord? Nee? Ja, het gebeurt. Een man die dus juist de penalty meekreeg. In het duel met Adamo die bleek op weg te zijn naar de gelijkmaker. Vlak na de 0-1 van Ajax. Maar zover kwam het niet. Het zit er weer dreigend uit. Handleggen. Maar daar is hij weer. Kleine hand, er is een eentje. Ajax op de weg, weer een kans voor Adamo. En weer Wijndal. Die de treffer voorkomt. De volle kans. Adamo. En dan vliegt die bal binnen. Ongelukkig Schuursteken een hoekschop van te gaan maken. Wel een blessure. Bij elkaar voor. Of was het Capaldo? Capaldo is het. Zit bij elkaar voor. Op de opening. Voorzet Adamo. Dan lijkt Schuurs redding te kunnen brengen. Dan gaat die bal er alsnog in via de Argentijn Nicolas Capaldo en Boca Juniors. Vertrekt er overheen. Is dat het verhaal? Ja, hij gaat onder het been van Schuurs door in het doel. Een goede actie. En een goede voorzet bal. Wacht dat doelpunt van Ajax. Toes scoort het. Zo wordt het 2-1 voor de ploeg uit Amsterdam. Een geweldige reek van Steven Bergwijn. Echt een goede passeeractie. En een afgemeten voorzet. Koers knikt binnen. Zo komt Ajax voor de tweede keer in deze wedstrijd op voorsprong. Net over die lange Pavlovic heen. En dan hard binnengeklopt door Mohammed Kudus. Bergweg zo. Taylor afleggen. Nou, hier valt eruit. En ze mogen eens. Bal vliegt over het doel. Taylor, en het is 1-3. Goeie bal. Opnieuw. Taylor die scoort, want is zijn contract werd verlengd tot 2027. Bij een goed gesprek met zijn coach over het schuldig, die hem al heel erg wilde halen. Tadic, Berghuis, Klaassen, Taylor, ja, ook weer heel goed gecombineerd hoor. Dan snijden we er makkelijk doorheen. Balans van Berghuis, wat touchvoetbal van Klaassen en Taylor die de eerste afmaakt. Taylor die wordt daar smeer gepakt. En hij doet het echt bewust. Ontkat dat wel. Maakt Diarra. Diarra, de man van overtreding, is de muur liggen. Hij Berghuis te gaan worden. Berghuis. Weggestopt door Mantel. Is al 35 te spelen. De kans wellicht voor Salzburg om iets terug te doen. De actie van Benjamin Sesko. Nou, dan gaan we de wissels aan de huiskant. John Kluiber. Weer Mohamed Arabi. Actie, daar hebben we toch wel heel veel van, misschien van de kant van Red Bull Salzburg. Mag het misschien straks zelfs wel een wonder heten. Als Ajax ongeschonden uit deze strijd komt, dat is ook totaal onnodig. Echt een bizarre overtreding van Maurice Kiergaard. Je ziet dat die ballen lang weg is en dan toch zijn tegenstander op deze manier aanpakt. En dan zie je het jonge reageren slachtoffer. Visje, dan 19. Nou, is het nu wel raak? Nu is het wel raak. Keurig afgerond door Benjamin Sesko. Maar weer een foutje van John Kluiber. En zo wordt het toch wel spannend. Zojuist kon hij zijn fout nog herstellen, maar nu is niet. Terug van alleen zijn blessure. En ik denk dat hij te veel tijd heeft. En dat had hij niet. Hij maakt dit nog wat gelukkig af ook. Via de voet van die Sander Marielle. Oh, die bal is te kort. Nee, korter. Oh, geweldig ingreep. Van de doelman van Ajax. Dan komen de Oostenrijkers nog een keer. Bruder, en het wordt nog 3-3. Buitenspel. Dus ontsnapt Ajax. Gaan we gelijk maken. Het is wel een grote kans. Als wat je Hansen speelt goed zijn tegenstander uit, maar moet dan op zoek gaan naar een hoek. Bal recht op de doelman af. Mantel. Dus de relatief eenvoudige redding. afgelopen. En daar heeft hij de wil van Red Bull zoals begonnen. En zoals jullie naarmate deze wedstrijd vorderde meer en meer tevreden zijn geweest. GP is back and we were treated to an alternate train race around Silverstone. Echo back the Irish victory. But we're going to focus on the guy who finished in second place. It's a redemption story as such, as Marvin Vignales continues his strong form for Bruder. And when you think about it, this time last year, or whenever we had the British Grand Prix, or pretty much any time last year in the summer break and leading into the second half of the season, the fracture between Marvin Vignales and Yamaha were open. He went to Austria, we had the whole rev situation with the bike. Yamaha suspended him, and then they sacked him, so he didn't even race at Silverstone last year. He joined the Britain a few rounds later at Aragon, and then went on a development train pretty much getting himself used to the bike. And even at the start of this year, he struggled, and people even questioned if it was Maverick, was his time on the MotoGP. But at the back end of the first half of the season, things started to change. Last time out, Aston, he got his first podium for the team. This weekend, he was sensational. He was straight away, quick, from Friday, day one, he was comfortable. It looked like he had made an even bigger step over the summer break, you know. You seen him on Instagram, he was training, he looked like he was enjoying his life, he was just in a good place. And that confidence on the track with Maverick, because as we know, he is a very confident, heavy person, and I suppose anyone is, but Maverick, when he has confidence, and he just has the belief that he can do something, there's not many riders that are better than him in GP when he's on the form. Yesterday, qualifying, he managed to stick in second place, he was so close to the pole position, but the question came into the race, and that's the big question with Maverick Vignal is, can he deliver on race day? He got a good start, dropped back to around 5th place, and slowly but surely, throughout that race, he was able to pick his way through, and he nearly won the Grand Prix. We'll go into detail about that in a bit, but just an appreciation for how well Maverick has transformed this year. And like I said, the redemption story, you think back to last year, you know, that was really bad for Maverick and Yamaha publicly, for how just things ended. You know, Maverick was wrong, and he admitted that, and I think that the whole move to bringing people to question, people laugh. But he's seen the vision, he's seen what Mrs. Spalding was able to do last year, he's seen the signs of that. Even in testing, he was quick. But you know, the time that Maverick has had to get everything right, and yes, it's totally brilliant. You know, if you back me, I will be able to get the results. I think it's a really good sign for the second half of this season, and especially for Elisa Spalding, who we know had a massive crisis weekend. Yesterday in MP4, he damaged both his ankles. It was 110 out of our high side at turn 12. It was so nasty, and he was able to pick up some good points today when he finished one position behind Fabio Quartararo. But to have his teammate Maverick up there, being able to fight for victories, it's such an advantage that Quartararo doesn't have, because Franco Morbidelli, you know, just inside the top 15, and the other Yamahas are even further back. But at least has the trust in Maverick now that he knows he can be fast. I think that's a real benefit for Bruder to go this season. They are in this title fight still, but having Maverick is an even better weapon to their armory, because you know, Ducati have Miller, Bagnaia, they have plenty of others. You have the satellite runners, Bastianini, Martin, Zarco. Sadly, Carter's out today with leading. When is that win going to come in Zarco? But we'll analyse all that on the Crash GP podcast tomorrow. Just let me know your thoughts on Maverick. I think it's sort of the return of the Mac, sort of, you know, he's got the confidence to put it in a row. 3rd place, 2nd place. To Austria next, where everything happened last year. Could you imagine if Maverick has a better weekend there? The apprentice should go well, and flawless around every track this year. Who knows what's going to happen? I think that Maverick has the potential to play a big factor in this title fight. I'm just happy to see him smiling and confident and to be in front of GP, where I think he deserves to be, because he's a nice guy and he's a class act when he's on his team. So, yeah, Piper Bagnaia wins the British Grand Prix. Like I said, more on the whole race tomorrow on the Crash GP podcast. But this video is because Piper Bagnaia is very happy to see Maverick up at the front of the GP. Make sure to subscribe to Crash GP for more content, and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. And I will see you throughout the week in the next video.
The holiday travel chaos is continuing into the new year for many Canadians. Hundreds of passengers with Sunwing Airlines have had to wait days to get home, stranded with their families in airports or hotels during their dream vacations into a nightmare.
Day and day out, we're just waiting for updates. Zero communication from Sunwing, zero email, zero phone call. Like, it was just a disaster.
It's just one of the many horror stories we're hearing from Canadians who had to find their own way home. In a statement to CBC News over the weekend, Sunwing says they expect to have most customers home by today. The airline says the backlog stemmed from staffing shortages. Last week, Sunwing canceled all flights in and out of Saskatchewan until February 3rd. There's there's been no explanation from the airline as to why only Saskatchewan flights were affected. Sunwing says impacted passengers can apply for compensation through its website. For more on what these passengers are going through, we're joined now by Joyce Ann Fox. She's a Sunwing passenger who's been stranded by the airline since December 27th, and she joins us this morning from the hotel lobby across from the airport in Winnipeg. So Joyce, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Good morning, Hillary. I'm tired and exhausted.
And help us understand a little bit, you are with your children as well, so tell me where you were coming from and who you've been traveling with and how they're doing.
I have two children. I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old girl. We were from Regina, or we were in Saskatchewan, but we flew out from Regina. And we're supposed to come home on the 27th from Maradero, and every day it's a daily delay, and we got home, or we got back to Canada last night. We got promised that we're going to be on a continuous flight because it's just a transit flight here in Winnipeg, but it wasn't, and they promised us before landing the plane that there's a WestJet tickets for us for today, and there's a hotel room, and the moment we stepped out of the plane, there was none.
So you were speaking to us, like you say, from this hotel room across the street from the Winnipeg airport. As you're saying, you live in Saskatchewan. So you were trying to get home to Saskatchewan. You were very much not in Saskatchewan right now. So what were you told when you were boarding the airplane about where you were going?
So on the airplane, our bags are tagged to Regina. Our boarding passes are tagged to Regina. We asked the boarding gate, is it going to Regina after Winnipeg? They all said yes. When we landed, the crew were saying to us that this is it, we're going to be stopping here and you guys have to go down, but the Sunday prepared hotels and WestJet flight for you the next day. And this is like on our 7th day here. Today is our 7th day away, being delayed.
And we even have some video of that as well. So I'd like to play a little bit. This is some footage that I believe that you took when you were on that airplane ready to take off. Let's play a little bit of that. So we're hearing there that announcement that you were going to have hotels, and as you're saying that it's not what's happening. So how are you feeling about everything that's played out over the past couple of days?
We are scared, big time, like, they have no hearts to all of us, they have no feelings for all of our sufferings that we've been through. I'm speaking in behalf of all ages here, from children to an elderly to a senior.
Because there's a lot of other people that are stranded with you right now as well. Right? What are you hearing from that? What have some of those other passengers been saying?
Well, some of the passengers left last night with a rental vehicle. And speaking the same way today, if I don't hear anything from them by around 9, we will just drive to Saskatchewan and hoping they will compensate with all the stressful things that we've been through.
So that's what you're prepared to do now. You'll rent a car and you'll drive all those hours from Winnipeg back home to Saskatchewan.
Correct.
What would you like to hear from Sunwing in the next little while?
I want to hear them that they will compensate us properly. Email to apologize us because since day one that they left us stranded there was no email, there was no update. We are doing our own investigation for a flight, if it comes or not. I would just say, give us what you are due to us. Like, give us some compensation. Pay for our whatever we spend and our expenses. And never again flying them.
I guess this has also soured your vacation experience overall as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, Royce, thank you so much for this. We appreciate your time this morning. We do hope that you manage to get home.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Oh, it's Royce Ann Fox speaking to us in Winnipeg. Thank you.
Hey family, we're off to where everything started.
my house at midnight with my family inside, my daughter sleeping, acting like you're security. You look ill, beat your ass.
No, I'm perfect. You can't say that because
I told you, kid.
it gets hard. That's because we're human. And push sometimes gets to us because no one will show it. We'll forget it as well. And that insulted the minds.
You're gonna see exactly where everything started. You walk in the house is pitch black. I hear some like glass drop.
It's just stop April Lord. Have you ever thought about quitting?
I'm now joined by a neighbor who watched all the drama unfold called Vincent. Mr. Vincent.
Oh yeah, what had happened was, I was outside talking about town with my grandson, and I didn't know when.
Guidely Park is a park in the Morocco Park that expresses the world of Studio Guidely, which is created in consultation with the forest. Guidely Park does not have any major attractions or rides. It is a place to discover secrets while walking on your own feet, feeling the wind, leaving the forest and roads as they are. The first phase of opening is Guidely's Great Warehouse, Hill of Youth and Dondoko Forest. The Guidely Warehouse is an indoor facility packed with exhibits of Guidely works, both large and small. From robot soldiers, cat buses, and child-sized soft objects to exhibitions to touch the secrets of the works, there's plenty to enjoy. In Hill of Youth, there is a Shibuya who appeared in if you listen carefully. Behind the Satsuki and May House in Dondokomori Forest stands the Dondo Kodo that watches over Guidely Park. Phase 2, Mononoke no Sato is scheduled for autumn 2023, and Valley of the Witches is scheduled for the end of 2023. In my past, I've said disgusting things to people, and I am so ashamed of myself for using racist rhetoric, and I am so sorry to everyone, but especially to those in the bloody movie, because only you guys can forgive me for this.
One of the worst I've ever seen. She definitely took notes from the other crappy ones, is how a YouTube comment describing JS's public apology following just one of her numerous different TikTok controversies.
What is going on with you white savers that keep trying to feed JS for saying N-word lover, bro? You must say it to me.
This is what makes only JS's stories unique. Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content,
You're in the host party, and you gotta do your hand. Don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your head. This will make you seem more open and confident, and hopefully more willing to come up and talk to you.
she's found herself in a big scandal on the political TikTok battlefield every couple of months for the last 3 years.
At this point, people of color should not be following only jazz.
Why is only JS more prone to getting involved in these types of controversies? Is it something to do with how she responds to those critical of her?
I barely text like that.
After a petition to ban homely jazz from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator. And while such a title seems unfair without any further information or knowledge, as we go through explaining how this hatred came to be, the reason for this title would become blatantly obvious, and it all began with a tweet made by only JS on the 9th of April 2020, just 4 months after she began posting videos to her website. I constantly feel like nobody actually likes me, so when I see thousands of hate comments saying, yeah, I never liked only JS, she's so annoying, JS seems like a horrible person, that pushed me to the edge. The harsh and possibly even backwards reality of life is that those who acknowledge and complain about hate only end up receiving more hate. In the beginning, only JS likely received a pretty standard amount of negative feedback, owing to maybe a slightly annoying delivery as she mentioned in her tweet. The problem that only JS had was that she really struggled to ignore criticism, and always seemed to give way too much attention to any situation in which there was some kind of negative sentiment against her name. It's going to be a running theme throughout this whole video, but it started with her simple inability to ignore basic negative comments, such as, yeah, I never liked only JS, which is a pretty tame comment, giving her a foundational reputation as someone who would crack if you simply
applied enough pressure. 3 months later, this reputation as a creator who responded to negative criticism would continue after only Jace discovered that another creator by the name of B. Jonathan Moss had been copying some of her videos word for word.
Did you know that your dark book actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Did you know that your work actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can't treat this one because I'm also only one born in March. How about that?
Born in March, asthma, more likely to have asthma. I can speak to that because I'm the only person born in March.
Only Jace would respond to the copied videos in a tweet reading, TikTok creators should be called out when they copy other TikTok creators' videos word for word, alongside a video calling out the Jonathan Moss directly. Jonathan responded by stating that he simply found the information on Google, and as a result, only Jace was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong for copying the information from Google. This information is from a website. Why are you copying a copier? Copied from Google and complains when others do the same. Which Business Insider article is this from? There was clearly a bit of an injustice being done here. To state that his information was invalid because it was found on Google has got to be one of the dumbest arguments ever made. What did they expect them to do? Find some old 1850s foundational manuscript covered in dust at the National Library and take her facts from there? Jonathan Moss had clearly copied her videos word for word after only Jace posted them originally, meaning there was no doubt about who copied who. However, only Jace was still painted as being in the wrong for one simple reason. They knew they could get a reaction out of her if they simply applied enough pressure, which they eventually would. After receiving hundreds of negative comments on her response, only Jace would take to Reddit stating, he said that he found it on Google, which I mean he did, but only after watching my video. I'm now getting a huge amount of hate from people saying online, I copied Google too, I'm problematic, I should be cancelled, etc. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity, but I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly I don't see it. They probably wouldn't go so far as to say that only Jace was playing the victim, but she was once again complaining about the circumstances that she had found herself in. And to reiterate the point from earlier, complaining about hate doesn't make it go away, but rather amplifies it as the audience will look for increasingly petty things to berate you for. With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old messenger was dug up in which only Jace had said the N-word, taking center stage as a brand new colossal-sized controversy.
I want you to know about your sex, your gender, your sexuality, your faith, your life.
There's nothing that any joy is you at the bottom console of the heart, the R and word used to oppress black people. That's why I don't trust people with savior complexes, bro. I feel like it's always a second agenda behind what you do. If you say it's 2 to 3 years old, you were 20 years old when you said. The other day, Addison was canceled for all of the NFTs from 2016. Let's see if everyone keeps the same energy. You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better, and I hope you educate them.
There were a couple of comments in support of only Jace, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. All these white people say it happened 4 years ago, really, it doesn't matter. She did it and needs to take responsibility. The hard ER, she's done. And at only Jace, you got caught in 4K. Best way that Jace could have responded to this expose would have been no response at all, or a short, cool, calm, collected, unemotional post or video. Alternatively, she could have thrown a real curveball and simply said, I'm not sorry, which would have actually been respectable as it's 100 times harder than simply getting in front of the camera and blurting out some pre-written stupid script with the goal of suppressing criticism in the short term. However, with a track record like only Jace, obviously she did none of this, and rather posted a long, emotionally charged, scripted, generic social media apology, which felt as though it was designed to trick the audience into coming with a specific feeling, as is usually the case with these types of public apologies.
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
Another YouTuber slash TikToker by the name of Papa God who spoke to Jace on the phone prior to the apology thought that the intentions were sincere and that the apology was simply delivered poorly.
I actually had a conversation on private phone call conversation with Jace about this situation. She seemed pretty sincere about how sorry she was. Again, like I said, I thought she was being genuine. What she produced was rough. It was less than stellar.
Others such as Freaking Gemini were less optimistic.
Is there any heroes gonna play party out? All that suspense just wanted to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was Viking black people. Wow.
With scandal being shared across every platform imaginable, only Jace would also lose all of her sponsors, as well as an Netflix podcast she'd been hosting by the name of Know-It-All. At Tinder, this is what he was looking at, is saying, she has a Netflix podcast, everyone needs to tag at Netflix.
Netflix has cut ties with Jace and others.
Only Jace was crazy.
pressure, and understandably wanted to make things right with her audience. So she only apologized by stating that she wanted to.
Your mind-boggling with some amazing black figures who are going to tell their stories to try and educate others of the trauma that happens when we use this kind of language.
Which would eventually result in her and another African-American content creator by the name of Aunt Karen agreeing to collaborate on Only Jason's channel. In addition to this, 2 weeks after the apology, Only Jason will go to the effort of posting a video talking about how she had read a book on anti-racism.
The first book that I got was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Elon Kennedy, and this would push readers that think that they're not racist and redeem something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a drift in the title, stating, I know it might come off as performative talking about this at the end of Black History Month, but I'm trying to just educate myself and use my platform for good. However, her audience wasn't buying any of the lies. I bet after this video she just tells the book like it's nothing. That seems like an amazing book for you, but I think you missed some pages. Maybe you missed a few chapters, read it again. But hey, at least she was still in the process of sharing her platform with some other black content creators as she promised, right? Well, no.
So this message is for you only days after your whole inward debacle. So if you want to collaborate with me, we email and suddenly you drop off the face of the earth. Black people just tokens for you to use when you're ready to play. If you were really truly sorry about what you said, you would not have lied and said you were going to do something you clearly are trying to do.
The TikTok essentially outlined that after agreeing to collaborate, Only Jason would ghost this creator by the name of Aunt Karen once everyone had forgotten about the drama. Now, to Only Jason's credit, Aunt Karen's call-out was even more pathetic than Jason's original apology. Because setting up a collaboration with another creator can be incredibly difficult. There's always problems relating to difference in content style, difference in schedules, difference in time zones, the problem of coming up with a video idea that will be needed with both audiences, what part of the script do I allocate to the other person, etc., etc. Yet, Aunt Karen's argument in the call-out was, because Only Jason goes to me, she's therefore a racist.
Why not just be racist? Just say you're racist.
Now maybe there was some racism involved in the decision, who knows? But it's still a lazy, low-hanging fruit argument designed to create drama out of the hype of like reality, being a collaboration is just incredibly difficult to set up successfully. In addition to this, the feature on Only Jason's page with over 10 million followers is going to cost a brand probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. And despite Only Jason offering one of these slots to Aunt Karen for free, Aunt Karen still seemed to narcissistically think that she was the one providing Only Jason with the opportunity.
I really gave you an opportunity. I really said, you know what, Aunt Karen? Let's see what she has to say. Let's see how we can mutually help each other.
Aunt Karen's call-out was entirely and thought out, but not invalid for one simple reason. Only Jason made a promise. There are obviously exceptions, and most of the time, if you say you're going to do something publicly, you have to follow through with it or people are going to notice. Jason would initially discuss the ghosting in their Instagram voice message.
I just have a very chaotic schedule, and ADHD and alternate side usually doesn't follow. And that wasn't me trying to be great. You could have just had something else, but instead you decided to go public and try to put the pressure on me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which once again received a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed Only Jason multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again? And before I emailed you, how many times do you expect me to message you waiting on you to continuously ghost me?
Now, Only Jason probably could have left it at that, and the drama would have been over within 4 weeks. However, as Public God said most accurately,
For whatever reason, JS doesn't know how to just stop. Like when somebody criticizes JS, JS responds. And that's the worst thing.
and in classic Only Jason fashion, she posted another emotionally charged response to the drama. We mentioned earlier that the more attention Only Jason gave to each of these scandals, the more she'd be held accountable for increasingly petty
incidents. Well, after this explosive response, the things that our audience would call around were taken to the absolute extremes. For example, she would post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to be.
Which would get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this video saying nothing more than what degree she did.
So I know my college degrees in math and computer science, which means that I must have a really good brain.
To receive comments such as, I thought it would have made you insane slow sciences. However, it eventually got to the point where only JS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, only JS would post the following video.
The service dog has outrageous you, but they're alone. That means that their owner's in trouble and they probably can't lose. So you should vote because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke, some of the comments such as, she probably sent the wallet to life and doing something bad. Obviously, she wouldn't take the wallet, probably knew that most people would. Bro, do people get this as a joke? Y'all are so sensitive. However, the rest of our audience simply saw yet another opportunity to put only JS through another period of hardship. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people may be inconsiderate or apathetic towards others and do something wrong as a joke that highly affects another person. Take some YouTube and TikTok prank channels for example.
When is it going to be enough to say OVJS is laudable creators should not be followed and should not be listened to? My child, they are a service dog user. This is not a kind of joke you want to be putting out there. It's not funny to anybody who is a service dog.
With all this in mind, a petition with over 400,000 signatures to have OVJS banned is barely a surprise. She dug herself into a hole by displaying an inability to switch up from the audience after being involved in scandal after scandal after scandal. Sometimes criticism from the audience is genuine and can be spotted easily because it's worded in a constructive way. But a lot of the time, without the people realizing it, people write mean or critical things just to see if you're the type of person who crack, respond, or apologize, as has been the case throughout OVJ's entire TikTok career. She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a loss of respect, but also a never-ending freight train of negativity and hatred.